Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Ace Attorney thing. I was gonna do demo stuff, but I realized that if I stopped in the middle of a chapter of an episode of Ace Attorney, I would totally forget everything that happened and everything we did. So I decided to just stick with what we were doing, and I'll do demo stuff later. Maybe I'll try to stream tomorrow, even if it ends up being a little noisy. Just for some extra demo content. Because I am interested in some of the demos that we have not actually gotten to. I'll clean this thing up. Okay, it's tomorrow, 20th of February. I've always had a trouble, despite my birthday being in February, I always have trouble remembering that there's an R after the B. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Me either. But I'm gonna let it linger here just for a bit. As we do a small recap, but... Hey, do we have a court record? Yeah. So, small recap is that we were assigned to defend this man, Soseki Natsume, who is a scholar, a Japanese scholar, sent over to Britain to study English. He's been accused of an attempted murder because a knife. Sorry, got interrupted. But this man has been accused of murder because he ran away from a person who was stabbed in the back. We only briefly saw the victim. She's not dead, though. She is just unconscious. And I assume she will be the deus ex machina of this case, where we'll suddenly get interrupted in the middle of it, and they'll be like, "She's awake!" And who knows, maybe she'll be like, "What? No, this guy didn't stab me." It's weird that she's unconscious after being stabbed in the back. Like that, because, I mean, the pain would send you into shock and everything, but I don't feel like it would just knock you out for 3 days. Because this happened 2 days ago. 3 days ago now, but 2 days before we actually talked to this guy. And it's like, how do human bodies work? You know? But, he lives in good old Garadeb's house. He rents out the lodgings on the bottom floor, which has no window for whatever reason. It's just bricked up. But this guy has 3 people living in his house, one being his wife, who lives with them and acts as his maid whenever anyone's around, because apparently it's against British society to not have a maid when you're slightly rich. But I don't get it, but, you know, whatever. It's also weird seeing these more cartoonish characters, like these two, next to the very humified Herlock Sholmes. Not a person in Ward hasn't heard of the famous great detective. Not a person except me, apparently. I don't think Kazuma heard of him either. And now he never will. I wish the sword just had its own picture thing in the court record. That'd be fun. My best friend's sword. Says to house his soul. But that'll never come up. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Mod stuff. Anywho. Someone was spamming. You know how it is. Definitely not just buying time because no one's here. Let's see, let's move that there. Yeah, I forgot to change one of the pictures too. Anywho, here's Wilson. Dr. Wilson has a degree in medicine. It's an author of the popular series short stories. She lives with Herlock, who, you know, goes by Hurley, apparently. She's only 10. I don't really get why they made her 10, but whatever. But she is the inventor of all of Herlock's great inventions, such as his gun that identifies fingerprints and everything, which I'm a little sad we haven't actually gotten to use. I kind of was hoping that was a game mechanic, but maybe in the next game. I mean, Herlock himself hasn't really been using it much. He used it on the boat, and I think that's about it. That's all we've seen. And here's Gregson, a famous detective inspector, who apparently is getting paid to appear in Wilson's books. It's kind of weird that he doesn't have his hat here, because I think we've only exclusively seen him in his hat. But he loves chips. That's about as much as I got from his character arc, is that he likes chips that are wrapped in a newspaper. There's Strongheart. There's not really much else to go over, so we're gonna continue with the story that I expect to have to recap again once more people show up. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? It's literally been a day. And last time I was here, somebody died. We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we have needed much court experience as possible within the last 2 days. Hello, Mimikyu. Hope you're having a good day. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may be his or her one and only time in court. It could be life-changing. Or life-ending. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. I'm here. Hello, Gum. Hope you're having a good day. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. Although I haven't seen many birds except in Mr. Strongheart's room, and he keeps yelling at them. But I don't really want to catch a worm. It's weird seeing the models on the side, because they clearly did not model them properly from a side angle. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but as soon as I worried, I couldn't catch a wink. I always close both of my eyes, and so I never get a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Well, I didn't really have a choice. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Yeah, you're trembling quite a bit. I can feel the tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yeah? Do you really have to say the whole thing every time? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked as though the opening night at the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. You know where that might be, Mrs. Sasato? Sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea. I literally have only been with you this whole time. So that all-knowing look in your face is just a coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks! Is that right, Miss Sasato? I purchased as many different newspapers I could to find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus Begilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having just arrived in the country. And still having not really gone anywhere. We don't even have a house yet. We've been sleeping in a 4-star hotel, and using all of our money to do so. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane, mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that's how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we forget the fact that I could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another bland similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire, it's you! Me? I suppose that's true. I mean, I guess. I would have preferred another omnibus. Both times it's you standing against the legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers, and also, I've literally never spoken to him. Outside of the courtroom. Hey, there's really only one other explanation. Can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck. Oh no. That also runs in the family. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Bad! Why must I be represented by a man with such a frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive? Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Oh. Yeah, it's true I'm just a student, new to London, with a little way in experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I'll fight your corner until the bitter end, and I'll believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, could you please stop saying the entire thing? Not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. I guess I'm here too. Whatever happens, we'll always be on your side, even though we're gonna be standing on one side of the desk and you'll be on the other. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mokotaba Esquiritus. Esquiritus? Is that a word? I don't know. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Court is in session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. I'm Mario, if you didn't remember that. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes. If you didn't forget, the bailiffs are all Mario. Because mustaches. And look, being a plumber doesn't pay as well as being a bailiff. Someone's gotta buy a mansion bigger than his brother's. Luigi can't be the only one with 3 mansions. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. My second trial against the Reaper. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. This time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. You know, I would probably appreciate the fact that, you know... I would really appreciate the fact that they keep bringing him up if it was more like Mia. Because, like, Mia shows up, so it doesn't really feel like she's dead. But they keep bringing up Kazuma, who's totally dead, and it makes me feel awful every time. And they just put his model there. Like, he doesn't actually, like, talk to us or anything, like Mia does. It's like, Mia probably gets as much attention as Maya does. Wait a second, was that fair play? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I wonder if we'll meet the Queen. Do you want to meet the Queen, Mimikyu? Now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. Just like Bobby. Oh. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Tell you what, Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Yeah, but you've been on break for like 5 years, man. You're not exactly professional. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. This guy gotta be so rude. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. It's a Sato. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. And now he's dead! Weird how that works. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. I don't know what that means, but... Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as the impartial members of the public, even though you're all very impartial? Never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe fair play is for everyone. Why is he labeled juror number 1? We clearly know who this one is. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Ah, well, not me. That's what you see is what you get. Can't wait for Brilly to forget how to do this for us. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Afraid to say I think it's quite possible the mustached Warner did the deed. You're not impartial at all. Also, we know who you are. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Get juror number 5 out of here. No, 4. Sorry, I couldn't count. Opening statement, if you please, old Fanzeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student this warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act that he could not have committed. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Shouldn't we have put this trial on hold until she woke up? It's not like she's dead. Knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at the sallow complexion and the short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. None of these people are impartial. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in this great chamber. Again. I'll get another one. But you know what they say. A hollow a day keeps the crimes at bay. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Okay. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. How's it going? Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Grayson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector, and most likely change the autopsy report, even though she is not dead? Victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s in the name of Olive Green. Heh. Well, she definitely looks like an olive. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yeah, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now. She's been comatose ever since, for some reason. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Why wouldn't she have an ID? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Yep, I mentioned that briefly. Like, she's gonna be our Deus Ex Machina of bursting in at the moment of our greatest weakness and be like, wait, hello, I'm not dead. I fell on my knife. I'm sorry. Don't. Or we'll get the warning that she just died, so now this is a murder charge. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Up these chips. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, around 5 in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement alongside the road, the wide thoroughfare and horse-drawn vehicles. Not been long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back for some reason. I like their little top hat coins to depict the victim and the accused. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. As unconscious people, much like dead people, tell no tales. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far, otherwise known as an autopsy report, but it'll be modified later when she wakes up. Thank you, Inspector. Court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Case file's been out. Entered into the court record. What of the weapon that was used? Oh, here we go. Will it be the same knife? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Yeah, it's always just, oh, it was done in cold blood. Why? I don't know. Like, people don't just go around murdering others for literally no reason. Not usually, at least. And those that do are usually either known for their violent acts or just part of some bigger conspiracy. But this Mr. Natsume is just a guy who reads books. And she had a mild motive of just being like, oh, I can get away with this and no one will stop me. Wait, no, I'm thinking of what's her face. I forget her name. The girl with the swan hat. She's the one that actually had a motive, but we never learned what it was. But the ballerina had a motive too, but her motive was And I mostly say it was stupid because, like, everyone on the ship was on her side except for the passengers, and she was so nervous that he was going to tell the captain. Or the inspector. Even though he's clearly Japanese. Kazuma's death was still stupid. Ouch! That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Yeah, I know, she panicked. I don't hate her, but... you know, Kazuma deserved better. And just think, had he been a little bit faster, she would have knocked him onto the, you know, soft bed instead. And then he wouldn't have died. Accidents happen, but it was stupid. But yeah, I'm still wondering if we'll see what's-her-face, the girl with the swan hat, come back. And also if she'll still talk in that weird accent, even though we know how English works now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. No, the opposite is true. A wimp would not be able to stab someone with it. Even the scrad-looking Suseki, I suppose. No, he wouldn't, because it's a giant blade and he is a wimp. Common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Jackknife has been entered to the court record. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume. Hey, look, Gum, you called it. Here's the motive. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pitching, my lord. I see. In that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Yes! Yeah. If the theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that? In a totally unjustified, heavy-handed way? Objection! Objection. Oh. Mr. Van Zeeks, please refrain from throwing bottles into the audience and causing another murder. Please forgive the discourtesy of flinging my freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Wait, what do you mean uncorked bottle? You literally just poured some into a chalice, like, 2 minutes ago. But your words have soured this hallowed banquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. That's totally untrue. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. I wonder if we're gonna get Sholmes in here. Because I guarantee he will make Zeeks go crazy. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good. There was no one else but the victim and the accused, except for the 2 witnesses that we'll bring in here and will probably get arrested. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. How did he stab them while holding books? Don't ask me. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yeah, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime. Makes me laugh every time. Taken immediately after the incident. How did we get a camera out there? Don't ask questions. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. And then here you go, Mr. Defense Attorney. Or Counsel. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Could you, maybe stop with that? It's very rude. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant's not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? You go on. Well, it is pretty early on in history. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yeah, but they gotta make you hate the prosecutor, cause, not every prosecutor can be Edgeworth, you know? You can't end up liking every prosecutor. Some of them have to be easy to dislike, so you can feel like you're really fighting them. Well, now that you mentioned it, when you visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what all had happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the accursed silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her in an accursed way, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed under the cold hard slabs that stone on my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran. I ran so far away. As fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman that print's wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Some sort of 3D models to represent real people? The defendant's done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of the terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim, the accused, two people who were, witnesses to the thing, and also everyone in their houses. In other words, there is nobody who could have possibly stabbed the woman. In fact, the accused concedes. Seems this cross-examination proved to be pivotal, Counsel. Proceed, please. Yeah, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables, even though they are firmly bolted to the ground. I do think it's possible it could have been Joanne throwing a knife out the window. The only thing is that the window was closed. And she herself was going on about how no one would open their window during the winter, because that would be stupid. But they would if, I don't know, the room was filling with smoke due to a flame. Now the weird part is that she is part of the jury. So are we gonna accuse her while she's part of the jury?
Hold it!
Hold it! A light fog, you say? Yeah, well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yeah. Not something I expect of a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course, even though you've been here for 2 days. I read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yeah, well, not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as you expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the older day, I was nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sasato and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
And but not lamented by me, for it keeps out the sunlight, which would burn my skin. I'm not a vampire, by the way. How are you able to state with that with certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to the crime have told us. Ah yeah, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. We must hear their testimony. You will later. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your teeny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights, much to my annoyance. Prosecution believes there would have been an ample light by which to witness the crime. Also, it wouldn't be dark around 5. But whatever. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind's completely conquered the darkness. Which means you really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, but not...
Hold it!
Out of the blue, but not because Blue Mage Brilly stabbed anyone. That would be crazy. From behind, you say? Yeah, that's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. Handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. As you say, this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition? Comatose, no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yeah. She's been treating at the parts. Hoping she'd come around for the trial starts so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. As that is indeed a pity. Would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client's been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. Reminds me, we did not actually check the knife. Or this. See, young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Eh? Remains unconscious, her name was gleaned from her personal effects, other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. She didn't even, like, bruise her face when she hit the pavement. Dalen was seen running away by a reporting officer who successfully arrested the following day. Huh, the tip is gone. Look here, Mr. Nardo, just at the tip. Small piece of blade appears to be missing. You're right, well spotted, Mrs. Sato. Wonder what could have happened to it. Yeah, you don't think it could still be lodged on the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. It sounds terribly painful. There's also no blood on it. Like, did it just hit her coat? Did they even identify if she was actually, you know, wounded? It's definitely the same thing. We can't really see if these are the same. Also weird how this area that she's in is conveniently devoid of snow. You know? This will be important too. We're gonna have to identify the books.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsumi's belongings, think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. What? Why, of course? The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Why? I don't know. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsumi had his hand full with his books. He managed to close the one avenue of escape he might have had before he even knew it was there. Mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yeah. Even though this guy is a huge wimp and could probably barely carry 1 book, let alone 3.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yeah, so I understand. Shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked from the floor to the ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must. I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Is it gonna be right in front of them? Nope. Closest second-hand bookshop at the accused lodging is this place, Bourbon Books. Little place on the corner of the road in the Meerschaum Street. Oh, did I freeze? Oh, it froze a bit ago. I don't know if the thing was frozen, or how long the thing was frozen, but we're being told where he got his second-hand books. As it happens, the accused is currently living in the lodgings on the other side of the road at the opposite end. Someone opened the door. I'm back. Means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken to get there. Something like this. I don't know why he wouldn't just go across the road in the first place, though, but whatever. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. Brennan would certainly have passed to see the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that's what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah, I agree. Most important point that the inspector has made being the location? Crucial detail which you just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the shop. Wait. Oh, nope, it was the name. I was wrong. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Eh? You wired me up, sunshine. I got the map out and everything. Use the red blooming ink and drew the books' names on home for you. I clearly remember seeing you not along, Counsel. Oh, yes, of course. Must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. Trial's only just begun after all. Mr. Naruto, I strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yeah, miss, it won't, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
Hold it!
Alright, let's go back through this. You know, the location was important, but it was the wrong store that he went to. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Kindly add the name of the bookshop to your final testimony, please. I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. Could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I could see it being of any great significance. Why would it not be? Please provide your testimony according to Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say, my lord. I'll do what you want, my lord. Could the man be any more sardonic? I don't even know what that word means.
Objection!
Objection. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is this, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident. The details to purchase 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yeah, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from the bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Because it couldn't be your books if they were his books. That would make them Y-O-U-R. But then they wouldn't be his books, they'd be your books. Yeah, my lord, whatever. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at the second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know what the name of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop, not far from the Bourbon Books. Just that, well, such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, it is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. The receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the stream map here if that might be of help. Oh, yeah, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yeah, he would most certainly have passed the place where Mrs. Green was attacked. However, takes into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, may well turn out he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Would that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be possibilities. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right, if only we had, you know, labels on this map. Dr. Gregson, where is Your Books establishment? Obviously we looked into that. Obviously. Turns out that Your Books is just there on the next corner of the Mertram Street going east. Local map information has been updated in the court record. There you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. As I said, nothing of importance came from this. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus, which you can get tickets to now. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I will take this as a threat and gently put it down before I am killed. Or taken down. I don't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. The accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon books. Well, yeah, he could have gone either way, really. No doubt he would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. He also could have gone through the alleyways, or gone down Calabash Road. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to relate from my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I suspect you can't fool me. I don't trust your try. What say, eh? Had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, do you mind repeating that? Could we get that guy off the jury? Like, he clearly can't hear anything that's happening, so I can't really say he'd have a good opinion. Mr. Naruto, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? Prosecuting assertion is correct. Members of the jury could very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ash, absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Claims Seki-san must have passed the location of the incident on the way home from the Bureau of Books, but... I mean, you gotta raise an objection, I guess. Assertion made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, Counsel. Yeah, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. The defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Objection. Talking back to a clown is a fool errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? What do you mean? It's the same distance. He lives in a corner. Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator to this crime. But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Huh? Yeah, he's foreign, and they're used to the cold. Second, yeah, he's only lived there for the past week, but also, it was clear she was stabbed from behind, and if he ran away from her, he would be running away from his house, which is where he ended up being. So if he did take the route they suggested, he would be running away from the place he stayed at, which is where they found him. That's right. As I said, the bloke seemed to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B, all the way to C and back to A. The day was no exception. He said he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject, from A to B. Pray, what say you decide for jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still...
I go into all that weeks, wholeheartedly in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
Members of the jury, completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings at the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, they get voice lines.
Guilty.
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 Oh.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It's not really how flames work, but...
Yeah, the jury's learning is anonymous.
Oh well. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve the Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. To have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Prairie, not yet willing to give up and die. Although you look rather nervous about it. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written in the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but I don't know what that word means, so it won't stop me. It's the defense's prerogative to carry out the summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? I'm all too familiar with that Nipperty's whippersnapper and his Oga's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Although that makes you non-impartial, so you're fired. Saying on which grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little Nipperty's already admitted it himself, didn't he?
He said that woman in green class for his eyes, so I can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? Got work to be doing. Why are you even here?
Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Only minor exceptions. The reason for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused, and the two witnesses that we already said were there but are going to keep, leaving out of this. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink into the ground before his eyes, like a common mole.
Furthermore, we've heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsumi's guilt now. Can I please point out that he would have ran home?
Why do you have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruto, this is no time for grumbling. We're gonna force the trial to continue.
Yeah, I know. I had to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly, even though that's not how being even works. But we have no choice but to forge forward.
Have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Keep this trial going on somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunsuke, you can do it. Why are you back there? Also, who moved the thing you were standing behind?
Dad, don't mind me. I'm just gonna sit back here and eat my chips.
Hold it!
You're right at the time of the incident. The defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim.
And clearly the funny little Nipponese man's disturbing mustache is the culprit. Let's not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Well, of course he does. If he misses stabbing her, his life is over. Well, not really. He's not being accused for murder. At most, he would just be thrown in jail for a bit, but... Man, so obviously liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the women simply collapsed before his eyes.
And if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say after all you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man's already made the admission. He himself has stated there's nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have committed this awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument's compelling in its simplicity, I admit. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord.
That went well for her.
Hold it!
You can't deny there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken from your books. Oh yeah, like you drew in the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. Seems to me that what counts is whether or not the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yeah, that's true. At the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yeah, that's true as well. As I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Oh, well, yeah, that's annoyingly true, as well. Winter dark and night are dark and cold. The way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yeah. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense, he went along the road. Yeah, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given a lot of thought, you know. I don't just make up my mind on a whim like that he did it. I mean, there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. Reason why Soroseki might have taken the longer way home. Good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway that young man's opinion without one.
Hold it!
Eh? Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No. What I said was hold it. Hey, you read the text? What I want to ask is, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see? With old tea for old me. Same thing every day, including that day you're all talking about. And what time do you visit your books in the day in question? Well, I was picking out a book in there all afternoon. I would have been just before 5 when I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. You already said that. That's the same thing I say every day, including the day you're talking about. It's before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. You sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. Remember it well. Not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? When I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse when the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery.
Is this the guy that he saw fall? Yeah, he's wearing a green coat. He fell down.
Knocked myself clean out, I did. Thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Jury number 6, I must insist. You add that information to the formal statement. Very well, may be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite right now.
Sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. Can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree, it's irrelevant of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
Must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruto. Cunningly.
Yeah, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. If any of the assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room? The master's wife? Where do you get ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. Keeping up that charade? Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why did you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone till the day of the trial, you see. In the letter I received, the instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your, master's house, doesn't he? Yeah, that's right. Although he's only been a little over a week now. In that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unsculptureless mustache. Man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. Heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume, how can people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough darning things already.
Hold it!
Man's life's on the line here, sir. It'll take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, so's my family's. Like so you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I got to the union every morning to find out what it needs to be doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. Hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging on the roads the day of the incident as well, were you? Mm-hmm, that's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street? On the map, there are only 3 named streets. Need you add that information to a formal statement, please? What's the point of that? Can we get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
He was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. So, if we look at the map, that means he couldn't have gone in that direction. Right? Because if the road was being dug up, and Mr. Natsume was, you know, a nervous wreck, as he always is, that means he wouldn't have gone to the place with a bunch of people. He would have taken the long road. See what you say too, because why not?
Excuse me, but aren't you... Yeah, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush in winter, down under, I came back to London to work. It's all going swimmingly until you started... bossicking around? Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry?
Did he mean gossiping?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me under the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. The guy accused is dead.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. Police have been monitoring me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Alright, I think we've got 2 things.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel? Explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
What? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume was visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out in Mearsham Street, making it impassable. Meaning the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down the road.
Oh yeah, of course. Wait, what do you think, sir?
Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yeah, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3 said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now he had no choice. Yeah! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. I don't think in all good conscience I can say the man's guilty now. Yep, I'd like to see this trial continue so we get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir?
Well, who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Should be filled in, that's what I say. Worker lingo and all that.
Well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, managed to change a couple minds at least. Strengthen our position somewhat. It'll prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. Asking themselves if their current learnings is really right or not. Now, if only we just identify one more clue or discrepancy that will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. Might be able to tip the balance completely. Yeah, it's exactly what we gotta do. Manzi's looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means at our disposal. I'm still here, by the way.
Objection!
Gotta be these two.
Flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel?
Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. Ma, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. At least one fact of which we can be sure here. Bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man said he has no recollection of the return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Well, where all this? The young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? Ma, whatever do you mean? Sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. Same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and fell over in the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring to, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
Eh? There are other people on this bench?
Entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Except, you know, different colored hair. And no books. And doesn't have a knife buried in his back. And,
Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Eh? Sorry, you need a pee? I don't have any, though. We have olives. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6. Means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings, which we already proved, but whatever. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on the road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my.
You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft just roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What'd you say to me? No, really, what'd you say to me? I couldn't hear you. It's a crime for an elderly to walk the streets these days. It's a crime to slip and fall over on the ice. It's a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat. Is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. Wasting my dang time.
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict not guilty.
Thank you. I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well,
I mean, kind of. I want to know the mechanics of this. Like, how does this work? How do they just use their mind powers to make the not guilty verdict and then throw flames in the air?
well, that's automation examination conclude with a lateral large shift in opinion. An eye is a 2 and a nose a 4. The nose have it. Not guilty, they say. It means we no longer have to consensus among the members of the jury. Although really 3 would have sufficed for that, because that's how that works. Trial will continue.
Objection!
Objection! I am here now. The day of my father's death. Would it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Yes. Everything you do with that thing is really dumb. And I hope it's not rude of me to say as much. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks.
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Well, that's your fault. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer.
I just uncovered the truth, dude. It wasn't a trick.
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir.
That's right. Took me a whole day, and they paid me measly 2p for it.
Now, my lord Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance what that 2 yards represents?
At least 2 Scotlands? Because, you know, Scotland and yard. And...
That is a bad joke. You should feel bad.
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. Being a mathematician is not part of being a lawyer.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? I don't know what that means either.
In other words, the distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
Lord Van Zeeks, are you insinuating that the defendant is of moderate vigor?
I wish to retract my previous statement. You are correct. I feel foolish now. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? It was foggy. Who would jump that?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope passing anyway. We just turn gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time.
The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. That's total baloney. I doubt this guy could jump over these desks, let alone a 2-yard trench.
Is that true, is it?
The uncontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to the lodging, Mr. Natsume walked down the road.
Yeah, crushed in a single sentence.
Also, are we sure that those are the books he bought? Hello, Riesling. Hope you're having a good day. And, old man.
Oh, cold man, you can talk.
You say around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on the Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
How would I know that? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was the old man the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Yeah, but you can't prove it wasn't. Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself.
My lord.
You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summonation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. Also, I said last time, the prosecution is not allowed to speak during it. One to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. As has my coat. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord! Prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
Next witnesses? Do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident that everyone forgets were in the area. Yeah, I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. Pray it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as witnesses, no matter what they say. I believe in Soseki. I know he's innocent. Now keep believing to the very end, till this battle's over.
I do not trust either of these people right away. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. You go back to sleep, sir. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. Proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Roly-poly. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
His helmet looks a little beat up.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from bad days off, our gallant officers trudge somewhat 20 miles a day, you know. Patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters if readings are true. We're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
Really feel like you should hire other people to do that part. Number of items on that list just don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep at my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying the policeman's primary duty is apprehension of criminals, which he failed to do, and so will be fired. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. and a man to slumber. Well, yes. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down the road to the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report in the streets,
Yeah, what a great witness he's gonna be. Very good. Get this man some coffee. Tell your formal testimonies now, please. Tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
I have the feeling she's gonna slap him at one point to wake him up.
It's our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There's no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at the nearby police box. Definitely a Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Well, it's extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsumi at the scene. Testimony is true. The alternative course of events you established in the summation and examination will be quashed.
We have not, Mimikyu. They are still fairly rude. It's death kneel, in fact, because the alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bachanting, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
He offered that we were wrong and stupid, and that everyone in the jury was also stupid and wrong, so he threw his cape off in a dramatic fashion. As he is wont to do. This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Just because you see someone at the crime scene doesn't mean they committed the crime. Case in point, these two people saw the crime scene and were clearly there, but they didn't do it. Potentially. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Yeah, except the man's so tired his wife had to do all the talking.
Not preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please.
Yeah, my lord. Whatever. Get this baloney over with. Where were you going? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and the elderly can't even apply.
I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
Think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suit you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Eh? Oh, what? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? That's creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I must prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Although, I was fit to drop, to be honest. After finishing the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper, sir. It's the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace for the common man. Sir, if for such a noble cause I cover 20 miles every single day, without fail, without a grumble. 'Cause I know the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear and feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to be come into it then.
Besides, on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Look at those sparkly eyes.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley. Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes?
That's right, they were coming over towards us, walking up the road on the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That sounds exactly like the victim pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yeah, quite certain. It was dark, but there were streetlights on the road, you see. Nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yeah, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog in the ground, but the road's dead straight. You can see fairly long way down the pavement. There's a street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Like, you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Neither of them seem like the type to stab someone, though.
Yeah, still maintaining there's no one else around the victim and the attacker. Starting to seem that must be how it really happened.
Seems to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe I'll reasonably clear idea what the situation is for the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was some old books.
I see, old books.
Yes, culprit dropped a number of them. All around the victim on the pavement.
Indeed. Clearly picture this photographic print.
We got the name of the books. That rotten Japanese man did it when he did the deed.
Could you, stop blaming about Japanese? I forget it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
Well, we saw him. It was the man in the dock without questions. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the stub nose. Everything.
Pretending to be tired is making me tired. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. Then suddenly threw his book into the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. Seems as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now, please continue.
Yes,
Hold it!
where's the police box?
Was your husband who went to the fetch for help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point, even though we're never off duty. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beach. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. You'll get a pay raise for this.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way the police box the beat, and the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help for the Bobby on duty. Nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he?
Huh? Yes, what Patricia said, let's move on, shall we? Oh, is where the police box was not important?
Hold it!
Surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
Light from the street lamps is more than enough. My husband already told you the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah, and what of the fog?
Famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's absolute menace to those who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. One of the thick, you can't even see the hand in front of your own arm.
Yeah, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. I can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we?
Yeah. It was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the stub nose. Unmistakable.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki they saw running away from the scene of the crime. That's it, is it? Entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on the hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beach saw what they saw. Mr. Natsumi running away from the scene on the road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? Maybe the jury is sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma was here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Think about seeing Mr. Natsumi as unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. To identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts? Might be able to discredit them. Make the jury doubt if the pair's memory on the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statements elsewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I seem to be so up against it? Runs in the family. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yeah, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is that it? Well, out with it. What? No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. Remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. I dare you to question how reliable my testimony is.
Oh good, we're finally getting to the point of the matter.
No, it won't do it all. Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute Raleigh will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you'd like to opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? Yeah, whatever.
The 4 books?
He only had 3 books.
Hold it!
Alright, what are the book name though?
Yeah, we know there are books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say, but there's only 3.
Those purchased by the accused in the nearby second-hand bookshop in the day in question.
After I've been in the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. And what your husband doing at the time? He was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know, ever so hard. Don't you? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. B, seeing you're regaled to call with your tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now you all listening? There was The Picture of the Monsieur Somebody or Other, What's It Yearnings, there was A Meal for Someone, and the last one was definitely The Thingummy Something.
Well, 2 of those were right. But I'm not sure about the last 2.
Yeah, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with the titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what I tell you, I think it's very mean the way you've been implying my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to answer to my gun, which I just have. Okay, good night. Terrifying.
Yeah, she really is.
We already read all that.
Hold it!
Whoops. Oh no.
I accidentally pressed press instead of present.
Terrifying. Also, maybe take away that man's gun. Because, you know, he shouldn't have a gun in the courtroom. Last time we had a gun in the courtroom, someone died. It was me. I took a silver bullet to the chest. But I'm not a werewolf, so it didn't do anything. Do I present the picture or the books? Like, the picture shows the actual, you know, number of books, but I've also been wondering why there's a book in the front and in the back, you know? But there's not really much to gain from this picture overall. Also, how many books did she actually name? We've watched it twice and I didn't actually count. Let's see, let me look at the names again. Sum of 2 shillings. Picture of Monsieur Lequy, or whatever. She named 4, but he only bought 3. The issue is just a matter of which one do I have to, you know, show. Alright, mod things again. We try the picture, not the receipt. Yeah, because that one surely... That one's a full... example of like, hey, clearly... Clearly there is only 3 books here. Okay, sorry. Took care of that thing. Well, I guess we'll go with the picture. If I'm wrong, Mimikyu will explode and lose a gem.
Objection!
Alright, you were right. So I guess you're still an expert. Saying there were 4 books.
That's right, I remember all of them. Picture the Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, The Thing Gummy Something.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
Have a good look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. At the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, you can't fool me.
Sorry?
Okay, now we'll probably present the receipt.
That big old lump of a dead body. Her lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember the poor woman is dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume?
Ah, evidence. The thing I need. Evidently.
Yes, I'm sorry that I always do that joke in every Ace Attorney game. But every time I do, it makes me laugh, so...
Counsel, you'll present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have the accused did not drop 4 books?
Take that!
Evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books?
Well, it's funny how it keeps happening, Flame. Also, hello. Hope you're having a good day. I got another ping. There we go, took care of that. Need someone to make it a quote. Well, I have been considering changing it to where subscribers can add quotes, but then I feel it would be, overused, maybe. But yeah, Phoenix has been pretty busy with some stuff. I don't know the details, it's their business, but Phoenix hasn't been a part of many streams lately. But has been enjoying the VOD, so... You know, Phoenix, if you're watching the VOD in the future, feel free to spam Mimikyu to find out what she wanted to add to the quotes.
Yeah, the receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. As you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that if your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no!
Objection!
Objection! I object to your eyesight. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What? Do you always have to do the where did that come from?
It cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact you know very well and you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by a dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
Yeah, he sees right through me.
Your plan is somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
Quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. Even though I have no bread. The victim's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. You see, the matter is not up for debate. The scene of the road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say there's a second?
Well, that exploded again. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand, that I was keeping from the court and therefore will be arrested for doing so. Gum, I think we were both right. It looks like she was most likely hit by some of the books that were thrown out Joanne's window.
I don't believe it. It's the 4th book.
Yep, it's the book from Garadeb. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view by the original print by the victim's torso, which is very large. It was eaten by flames because the guy's house was on fire at the time.
There, you see? Look at that, look. Yeah. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, Patricia's always right. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yeah, of course. Picture of Monsieur somebody or the other.
The picture of Monsieur Lequeux, yes. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers recollection can only be described as exceptional, except they're not. She also didn't name the last one at all, but...
Hear that, Rolly? Gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, flawless, but if you would compliment my girl again, I'll stab you,
But there are only 3 books on the receipt. Miss Pete mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book which is shown is the photographic print. Sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic graph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. Just because you hold something doesn't make it yours.
Victim was holding her own book?
I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here, as evidence. Submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photograph has been added to the into the court record. 4th book has been entered to the court record. The prosecution rests in a coffin. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. Your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining yet, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route of the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summonation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I?
See, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. We're already married. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? We've all heard the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. What are you doing? Why are you looking at the gosh dang evidence?
Oh, look at this.
The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this state. Especially not in the later pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Yeah, it's clearly burnt right there. It's the lion's pride. She most likely leaned down to pick it up, and then the knife stabbed her in the back after being thrown out the window. Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse.
Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Do we wait and see or raise an objection? Always raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Yeah, I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little eastern isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to interfere at a moment like this. Oh.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
One of this lad's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Miss Sasato, please.
Very well, pray, what insight can you give us?
What have we all overlooked in this matter you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's possible this new evidence might be decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. Let's take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible that we already did.
Yeah, I understand, and thank you, Miss Sasato.
There's one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. Defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well, defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers profound insight into the case and hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
Evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. And I afford you this opportunity. Led the court to believe the evidence in the question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Must insist you elaborate, counsel, and identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, my lord. It's, Prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you very well may be on the right track. Even though everyone and their grandmother can see that it's burnt.
I see where is this vital clue in this case, which the fourth book conceals.
Got it!
I would like to ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What are you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So you wish to assert this fire damage as some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does the charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. Outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. My courtroom theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. Why suggesting you can just ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered?
Owner. My lord, the burn in the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. Victim gripping in her hands, she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers. No, question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, I already know the answer. As to the question of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how could you possibly...
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garridan.
The landlords?
Whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury during this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself.
Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? You ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. First off, you've been doing that all day. Second, shut up. Not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know, on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house.
Good lord. What sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
I'm afraid to say it was happened to blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Probably furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride?
By Jove! The very same title of the subject of the debate.
Oh dear me!
Objection!
How did I not notice that?
This is risible. All you've told the court is a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Mimic you, get discord. Not going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb amid the flames. Oh, how awful. Can't even imagine being so horrid to one you love. Can you, Raleigh? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, but she might raise my finger to point at you. My trigger finger, to be exact.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. And then wife started hurling things at me. There was I back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to a dozen. Man had his back up against the window, and he was burning books thrown at him? Good gracious, are you suggesting the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the evening of the incident. No report of Garrideb's window's pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. It's not inconceivable that the window was open at the time. Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would even ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. They would if their house was on fire. The defense postulates a scenario in all seriousness, Counsel. You honestly claim the book we found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. Call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? Nothing to do with that beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family name. Oh, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging up saying citizen's name through the mud simply to divert your attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. You're right. Here we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim, that little hunchback with the mustache. He ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what I tell you.
Makes sense to me. Eh? What? What's that? Makes pence to you? Who's getting paid here? Here then, ladies and gentlemen, the jury once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
I haven't changed my position since I removed my cape. Truth, my lord, I feel these things have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
I put my foot. The books are your prediction, my learned friend. Study them on your own time.
What? No forgive the discourtesy this time?
You will not forgive the discourtesy.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, now say your individual decision regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Not again.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Not again. Does that mean I have to do a summonation examination a second time?
Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now, it's over.
Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Forgotten? Battle isn't over yet.
Yeah, you're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another summonation examination. Don't convince the jurors to change their minds. They have one more chance.
My lord,
Defense has to exercise his right to a summonation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. And to uncover the truth. No time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
To be continued.
We're still here.
then the defense counsel's request for further summonation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you now proceed with your second summonation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord, I guess, whatever. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now state clearly and concisely for the court grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. He was left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed and might be considered.
Even if the woman was stabbed throwing books, can't be laid to describe the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it's only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Aren't you paid for being a juror?
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me sneezes. Yes, considering more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems.
No, like, it's the exact same number of people who did not do a dang thing.
With one notable exception, of course.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... Sorry about that. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Fair to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summonation examination, Essentially, you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
And how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us the name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But you have to do it, otherwise this will be where the trial ends.
Yeah, no pressure then.
Quite enough preamble. Out with the summonation examination, please. Presume you are prepared, Counsel.
Oh, yeah, my lord. Alright, Yunosuke, focus your mind now.
Yeah, it's not my fault that my husband got me mad. You know, mad enough to throw flaming books at him and probably a knife. And gravity's always at fault.
Key to the summonation examination is gonna be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Garrett-Ebb.
I have the book that disappeared from Mr. Garrett's house in the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found the victim's hand. Must be a way to link the two.
Yeah, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garrett-Ebb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. You know, that being said, I will be right back to get more water. And I'm gonna have to blame Flame for this one again. I'm also gonna have to blame you for setting the omnibus on fire, Flame. I also got some orange milk. No relation to the case, of course.
Hold it!
You might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such a delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. By what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, Mediterranean, and rational woman.
That's great.
One read the morning papers is all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? Why read them in the first place? You see, modern, Metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
No. Not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by an overwhelmingly strong testimony. Despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare the man overwhelmingly guilty. Rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
Us modern gals are always delighted to embrace the new fads, you know. I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Uh-huh, sure you're not.
Right. Glad you omitted rational there.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Ow, why'd you hit me?
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal it's certainly a bad thing, yeah, but he didn't betray you. I think the argument might have arisen out of your own misunderstanding, Miss Garrett.
Never you mind that. Point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. I won't have any more of these suggestions that I was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrett's relentless onslaughts.
Almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? The man's future is at stake here. Well, me and him and me both, like I said before. What? Told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring back home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus is the one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss again. There are no flames of love. They don't exist, I'm sorry. Situation like this is cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? Too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat would ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato.
Must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
What about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Windows in London are no joke. You want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So that window wasn't open. That us Londoners sitting like that in the fire and staying warm, you see.
You couldn't have categorically state the window wasn't open, could you?
Just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
What's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel! Kindly refrain from childish bickering. Yeah, I'm sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility the window was open. Because the young man isn't gonna budge otherwise.
Yeah, unless the room was on fire.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? I have to speak up, lad.
The same way they forget, like, literally everything in this game. Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. Put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
You sometimes forget that putting candles on a cake is not really a Japanese thing.
Of course not, it's an angel cake. Celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Seems like a common custom in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto.
Candles are the sign of devil worship, much like flames. Flamerai.
Anyway, I mustered all the puffs to blow them out. Only I must have blown them wrong somehow. Flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught, and everything went up. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me.
And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how'd you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. Grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. But then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, as any smart person would do, hint hint, had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows.
Fighting winter air rushed over me like the devil's dancing on my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. Won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
Uh-huh. Shows how he or she could have done it.
Yeah, once again, the juror statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're gonna need to pit them against each other to force them to accept the alternative explanation.
Yeah, unless they need to find a contradiction between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go for a strike.
Objection!
Clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, Counsel? Eh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me?
Yeah, see what, sir?
Did you hear the juror number 6 accounts of his birthday celebrations last year?
Seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yeah, of course, an emergency.
I mean, obviously, the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad to not open the... I'm glad he also... Yeah, I was gonna play it up that he would slowly realize what he was saying, but he did it himself. You'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadev household. Mr. Garadev had the following to say about it.
The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my hat!
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Juror number 4, you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadev.
Oh, dearie me. What's the meaning of this? How dare you imply I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative you confirm something for the court, and also, seriously, shut up, no one cares. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
Well, I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's conceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. Husband is frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battery.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It'd be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added that to Mrs. Garadev's formal statement.
Hold it!
Fourth book at the scene of the crime shows the very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadev told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw it at your husband? The copy of the Lion's Pride that he had been reading. Ow. I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yeah. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
Barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
I can relate to this.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
Well, you know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory I'd blocked out.
Ah,
I was listening to the granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Granny? How dare you? Who you calling granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett or the maid, I'll have you know.
the man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day. And I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
No?
Wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
Whoa.
No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses a rag, they'll throw everything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mustn't think of all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. You've tossed me like 5 times for sneezing. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people as well. So uncivilized. You should just throw the people. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words. Could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
Objection!
I guess these two have a deep, significant exception.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
Alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back?
What are you talking about?
As demonstrated in the 4th book, The Lion's Pride was found at the scene of the crime, originated from Mr. Garrett's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have been found its way from the Garrett household to the street below.
Eh? What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating, you little beanpole?
I'm not a bean or that tall. Beginning to think that ever since the true origin of this book came to light, perhaps he's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. Foreman of the Joy, I demand a straight answer. Give us the yarn about some other object making its way out the house. But what? What is it?
Merely taking a big gamble here. Bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, try to explain the defense's theory. The object found its way to the Garrett household in the scene of the crime was a knife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Miss Garrett.
What? What now?
Must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Ah! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man!
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window that had been opened clear to smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Saying they flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Huh. Even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
Yeah, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. That's the point. Precisely why. Must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Ah!
Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. You ever seen this knife before or not?
Bud. He's dead.
My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Ah, yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see the coming, but... I just don't think it'd be right for this trial to come to an end, now with so many unanswered questions. That's fair play for you.
Mr. Foreman!
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at all the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And so, justice has become unequal once again.
We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruto. Now for part 5 of this horrible charade.
So, as a result of the summonation examination, number of jurors' leanings have changed again. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent.
Old man probably didn't even hear what was happening, Mimikyu.
Accordingly, the opinion of the court is now divided. Trial will continue.
Very well. She also didn't answer if she recognized the knife or not, but... But yeah, the book probably came flying through the air, got cooled by the winter snow, which does explain why, you know, there's so many spots around her that are clear of snow, because it was on fire. And then she leans over to pick it up. What's going on? Why is there a book on fire in front of me? And then she gets stabbed in the back. And then, of course, you know, Natsume just kind of flips out and runs away, which, not the best reaction to have when you see someone get stabbed. My first reaction would be like, oh no, are you okay? And then, you know, call someone. But, you know, he's a nervous Japanese man, so... Every time the flames go up, Flame gets paid.
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
I wish to proceed to go home. Seriously. Okay, it's not. For a second, because of the top hat, I thought that maybe that was Professor Layton in the background behind Zeke's, but then that would make the one beside him be Luke, and it doesn't have the same hat. So it's just a regular top hat. Also not tall enough. But I expected Layton to be in here somewhere, just as a random cameo. Trial's rapidly descending into a farce.
It's been that way since you got here, guy.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Van Zeeks, please stop wasting wine. How much do you buy just to throw?
But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? Yeah, he wouldn't be born yet, but he's time traveled before. So Anything's possible if you puzzle it out enough. Vince's argument is a joke in which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself with the relative positions of the places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Geradeb household runs a rather wide street. Which means the distance from the Geradeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. 15 yards? That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, it's a little further than I imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having a portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend?
Well, I mean, not exactly. You kind of just insinuated that yourself, but...
And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
I find that insulting. Like, really insulting.
Don't tell Sholmes that.
Nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Mr. Sato, you're right, but...
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As your judicial sister, you may speak for the defense, yes, go ahead.
Prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joanne Geradeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? Order in the court! Well, this is highly irregular. This is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Ow!
And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks!
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth to it, then both the burning book and jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. We must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. Oh yeah, I guess you missed that when he did that earlier, Mimikyu. He just picks up the bottle and tosses it into the stands. And it shatters on someone's head.
What say you, witnesses?
Yes, Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, haven't slept for a month on account of the villain who's appeared on my beats, Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies. I wonder if that villain will come up in a later court case. Patricia, my darling, been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rowley, you make me swoon. He wastes like, how many bottles of wine are sitting behind his desk? Just to be thrown.
Well, I hereby give my defense's request. And order the witnesses stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court the details pertaining to the defense's alternate explanation of events.
Yes, not more. The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Geradeb. Believe me, the London Bobby's good for his word. He sees the windows of the top floor of the Garrett house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Except for when I closed my eyes,
This is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows.
Detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yeah, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy. Cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window?
And you. You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
I've literally been here for 2 days. We don't have those.
I found it, Miss Nardo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's room.
Alright, I'll try. Flashback powers activate. There we go. We didn't see them from this angle, ever, but it's whatever. It's fine.
Window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as a top hinged casement window, it swings along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it from opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. Ow. In other words, if a book or a knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then. Good, your education in Windows is complete. Be warned, it will be on the test tomorrow. Never any possibility of either the book or knife traveling 15 yards over the road. I mean, there still is, but also, doesn't that mean the crime scene's in a different place? That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be. Now,
See that Raleigh, the young Japanese man just collapse in agony.
Oh yeah, my darling, I saw he crumbled before me.
how is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet. Already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you dare yourself up again, before you wait your cross-examination.
My lord, oh good, another desperate situation. Why does this have to be the family curse?
Hold it!
Which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, they're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they can open. And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen, and where the body was found.
Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinge casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
How would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garredebs are furnished with?
Ah, well, that's very simple. I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
You have something to add, Miss Speet?
Oh, sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for that poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. Just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yeah, that street, the road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat.
What? Oh yeah, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household every day. Their house is on my beat, you see,
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something.
If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it as well?
Outside Mr. Garrett's house? Yeah, ma'am. Pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat.
I see, I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had attacked just on the other side of the road, we would have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. That's the life of a Bobby, after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so? That must be it, Pat. That must be it.
Thanks for asking me to make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. Now it's my turn, I think.
So, what exactly was added? I think we're still missing a clue here somewhere.
Hold it!
According to the notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
Star would guide us to eternal happiness.
Can't you answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, would have lit up like a shooting star. And probably lit my hat on fire. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it.
Uh-huh.
Let Raleigh be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, well, with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither book nor knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, that is correct, sure as the night sky in London is starless,
Is it starless? I don't actually remember if it's starless there or not, but I never been there, so how would I know? Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. But I don't know.
We saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran right over to help her. Straight over to help her, whatever.
Hold it!
What are we missing, I wonder?
Then you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Raleigh's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad. You can't be expecting the location of every police box on the beat. So Raleigh told me the way, only I sorta got lost on the way.
Yeah, you didn't see the house burning either, even though they were near there. But you know, it's whatever. It was foggy, so the smoke was probably clearing the fog. I don't know how science works.
Dacia, that's why I love you. Terrible sense of direction is bewitching.
Here they go again.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, Raleigh was there at the scene the whole time, falling asleep, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, but a true Bobby's never really off duty.
Hold it!
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Swear that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really, that seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems all regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Law and Spry was originally at the Garadeb household. The question remains, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were there at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well?
Even if it were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? Seen with this photographic print and laugh, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, the book was in Lay's hand from the moment we arrived in the scene.
Is that so? Something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and that book ended up in her hand. Must be some common thread between them.
Sorry, Mr. Naruto. No right to speak out.
What do you mean?
Even the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We need testimony from Mrs. Garadeb.
You really think so?
Yeah, well, think about it. No matter how far they cross the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garadeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it?
You're right.
And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
You need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. Get to the bottom of this one way or the other. I swear.
Hold it!
Well, we didn't push this one, so...
How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this, it's the noble founding principles the force written on it is a reminder to all policemen of our sworn duty.
Showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? Can't say I remembered. It was like 5 seconds ago.
Patrol the streets of London town, uphold the peace of a common man. That's what the job's all about. That's why I can stand here beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes amidly, sir. So manly. Stop flirting.
No, none of this is what I mean. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
I see, sir. You should have said so earlier.
Yeah, well, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. Before I get into that, just one thing.
Yeah?
Very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British intuition of Scotland Yard. Hey, if you take back some tales of London Bobbies, how we upload our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived. Been here for 2 days.
So to that ends, like my warrant card for your perusal. Won't be able to get through without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try.
Okay, so the rules must be important.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Oh, again? Yeah, what's up?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what is she doing? Also, hang on 1 second. I need to continue doubting you by reading these rules.
Strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat, whatever that means. Patrolling officer expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall in the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Crime discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. So that proves that it was on his beat because he helped with the investigation, right? And his beat is on... It runs down the middle of the road.
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting I doubted you. In fact, I take Sasato's words better than my own.
No excuses, I won't have it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Bede, I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policewoman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Watch out, sir. Might let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Too much, probably.
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did that evening, I saw it clearly. The little Easter man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I always ended up in the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
It's not a problem, really. No, it's no problem.
Your wife's remark just now bring up something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a ways, yeah. I was remembering the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Oh, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. She was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. Thought she'd be back within 10 minutes, but my darling was gone for a good 15. Such a tease. The reason I was so long was because the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? What bouquet are you talking about?
It was a present for our wedding anniversary. Saved up for it with farthings in his happenings he found in the gutter while he was doing his rounds.
Doesn't that count as stealing? But also how romantic.
Forgot all about it just now. Had you?
Yeah, but that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about?
Looked very obviously troubled during the exchange.
So if the body was found over there and she was gone for that long, chances are he moved the body so that he wouldn't have to deal with it. Right?
Afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. Quite sure of one thing. Have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? I'd love to.
This is the worst of my dang time. I could be drinking fine wine.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Raleigh gave me. It's in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then you went to the police box to report the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. Funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need a reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I'm ignoring you. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. Uh-huh. That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how I got there, really, I can't. The case somehow moved from one side of the road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? Worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up when we left the scene. Beautiful rose Raleigh gave me. That exchange from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Raleigh got me for our anniversary, with odd bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where'd you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
In front of the Garadeb's house?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay in where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Alright, well that proves that he moved the corpse, who isn't a corpse because she's still alive,
to the opposite side of the road so that he wouldn't have to deal with it.
Can I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, the road should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured I'll do my very best not to forget, Miss Beat. I'll totally forget. Don't even know who you are.
Now which thing would I have to report, though? Well, I guess... What was the one that said he didn't remove anything? I guess it would be this one. Right? Like if... How would the thing have moved to the opposite side either way? The laws of physics don't exist in a crime scene, Flame.
Objection!
Phew, okay, the music stopped. That's how you know you've succeeded, when the music stops.
You claim, Constable Beat, that there's nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene.
She is still in a coma. She is still in the hospital. We don't exactly know how she got thrown into a coma, but I guess when she got stabbed, she just fell over and bonked her head really hard on the hard ground. So
Well, what do you mean to say?
Your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was nowhere longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
yes, on the opposite side of the road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, much like Flame said. Back into the gutter where it belongs.
First off, you don't have to be rude.
Meager?
Objection, but if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me, it has nothing to do with the case. That's why Raleigh didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly that's not your only bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet, or rose, should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. No logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Raleigh's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says, wittering about books and bouquets, why should we care? Nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Mrs. Garrett has come around.
Might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
The person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? We barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had a cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yeah, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence in the testimony points to that one particular person that I won't spell out for you, because then this wouldn't be a game. Counsel, I demand you would sustain your conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Huh, I never noticed that it went all the way back around.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? Member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why might Rolly do something like that? No one's straighter than my husband. No Bobby works tirelessly as people in London.
Mrs. Beat, said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
Making it up, it's all nonsense, it's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him, he did it.
If that were true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped the bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate the policeman as well. But your accusations lack one important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. Well, my husband and I just happened to be there, so that's all. Why we have anything to hide? Doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
They're not. That's not what a threat is. I know English, you know. Counsel B is a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you made a very serious accusation against the London police officer. You're mistaken. I'm sure I need not to point out your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. That stock warning of mine, you'll not explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. I guess it would be his rulebook, right? Counsel B's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Oh, I thought they would. Where the victim fell. Where the victim fell into the ground. That's what this Bobby had to cover up. At all costs.
Where the victim fell, you mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of the road, where you saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, this is not where the victim was stabbed at all.
What?
Beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end up, Counsel.
If that is your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Well, obviously, right here. I assume it means right there, yeah.
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road? I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Gyarados' book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious! Why do you wear that glove? Has that been explained?
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was a typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of the road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat had then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. But during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. Moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of the road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The rose, I presume? A rose by any other name will ruin my conjecture just as slowly.
Exactly. Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay there in the street lamps, where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it's only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of the road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. Constable Rolly Beat.
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rowley, it isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, 'cause you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I'm not... I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything... come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems... it wasn't a dream at all.
Good. Good gracious. Does have a ring to it. A ring around the rosy, you mean? What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? She's not dead.
Isn't the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? I was a respected member of Scotland Yard. Your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say that. I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. Think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman?
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far, while you just sat there throwing glasses at my dang torches. It'd be beneficial to the court to hear his extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, think you'd better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. Of course, I have to show evidence. Can't just say the dang thing. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. I guess it would be his rule book, right? They didn't ask who, so...
Take that!
The music stopped. That's how you know. Yes, he moved the body. Realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan. Ha! It rhymed. That's why all this information about London's so-called bobbies are completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Yes, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on the beat in all kinds of ways. Doing things that policemen really shouldn't be doing, because how are they gonna capture a criminal who's fully rested if they've spent 15 hours a day doing nothing but running? No doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to each day, certainly.
But for Constable Bede, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes.
Did I present that?
It's our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Bede had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. I was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along the road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? Besides, on that one particular day, looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Yeah, maybe. This is the warrant card Constable Beat offered to lend me this earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Constable Beat, is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's, beat.
Good gracious, Constable! Do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
Not really. It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. Gotta report the station as quickly as possible. Then it dawned on me. Realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime's discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why does this happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever's on duty there. Just then when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat. Had to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right among the Mearsham Street and then... Gravity is always the true criminal. That's why it's the gravity of the situation that kills us all. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He's so sad his tears won't even go down his face. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Raleigh, just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of the road, which falls right under the neighboring beat's care. Yeah. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Of course he did. I did too. Otherwise my Raleigh would have never left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Raleigh, that was all my fault. I should have never dropped in such a dark place.
Yeah, as she just said, when they saw her fall to the ground, she dropped a rose that he bought her. And it was dropped under a dead lamp where the light was not reaching. And so he missed it when he moved everything.
So sorry, Raleigh.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Huh? Oh, 4 it was, yes, definitely. 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th, being the one that fell from the window upstairs into the Garadeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others are scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, so that's 'cause that's how I found it.
How do you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Yep. Oh yes, no doubt about it,
interesting. So again, A flaming book fell out of the window. She leaned down to pick it up. To be like, wow, what just happened? Why is there a book laying here? And then a knife fell on her back. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. Only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. Whichever way you looked at it, had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think of moving it all of a road make a jot of difference. Suppose is it for me now. I've had it. My lord... Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes,
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Raleigh? What'll happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. 'Cause I'm always mourning him for coming up late.
Sorry. Got something in my throat. Who knows what it was? Leave it now, Pat. I'm tired. Let's go home. I was so tired I couldn't even read it right. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say is,
Leave, now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir...
Wow, looks like Dracula has a heart after all. How else would I get blood pumping?
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Yes, who could possibly think of such a thing? It definitely hasn't happened in every single game. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some irremutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
Objection. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous. I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of that possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true?
Ugh. Yes, very well. Name the person if you will. If further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You'll name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Take that!
Same one we've been yelling at for an hour now.
Vincent like again requests the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. Imperatively cross-examine the juror number 4, Miss Joanne Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
Objection. That request has already been denied.
Objection, you never actually denied it. Situation's very different now. Miss Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? I'm not a toad. Time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. Of course, of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks over the road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window.
Upon striking the pane of the top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly below, finding its way to what we now know to the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid your eyes on it before? Even though you didn't answer me before at all? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember something? Remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there in all regalia said the members of the juries aren't needed to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes. Objection. No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh. Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to judicial process. You know something about this knife, madam. Let the truth come out. Is this his Edgeworth moment where he gets on our side? Or is he just annoyed that he was being quoted incorrectly? But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. Seen several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. If only she wasn't so unbearable herself. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove it to me that I threw the knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. I mean, can we bring her husband to testify? Like, oh, well, Mr. Naruto, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. No, you wouldn't have. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this witness. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4, as I'm sure you'll appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware. Oh, dearie me.
I object to this statement. It was objectionable. I apologize for the discourse that my objection has caused when I had no objection to actually use. I was hoping to come up with one while I yelled at you. I didn't. Demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb, and also I wish I could speak. Mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Nothing but the truth. Do you concur, counsels? I always concur, certainly, my lord. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm afraid that we do not have fingerprint technology, Mimikyu. It's a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Nope, not to be continued. I also was expecting it to fade to black. I was like, oh no, part 3. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joanne Garadeb. And I'm, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The council has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord. You tell the court everything that took place in your household in the evening in question. And I warned you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh dearie me.
Shut up, Joanne, nothing to worry about now. I'm here.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. I figured he would show up. It'd be weird if he didn't, although his face is so weird seeing from the front. Also, I guess his face healed. But look at that.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, I think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. I hardly noticed it. Not the sort of chap to leave a comrade in the face of disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
Presume you are Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th North Lumberland Fusiliers, sir. In my fair share of action, now living in the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes, well.
Love is always quiet when it's infused with rage.
I believe this may represent a first and proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home and the incident in question.
Sir, at once. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked over a candlestick, set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. That bally thing in the victim's back really is one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think.
Well, the tip of it is missing, but I can't think of anything that would prove that it was theirs based on that.
Sounds as though you had quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
Enemy calls on the hope, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive matters. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, veteran such as myself, only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about Marshal Coral here?
Well, must say I'm dubious this testimony will shed any light on the origins of the jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows as such surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. And Zeeks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we'll have the last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I hope that means there's not a part 3. Well, I guess we'll just keep pressing everything as usual.
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. I remember correctly. All started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
Rather passionate note, in fact.
And Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. She gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth. I take it he's not married then, huh?
I say, what a chap says he can't recall them saying, it's common decency not to drag it all up. Besides, half of it was wide on the mark, off the mark anyways.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
There's no Mrs. Dracula? Darn.
So the fire spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
Bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just happened to be there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about and put it out. Most precarious position you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see? Lodgers are always moaning they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys waters in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yeah, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? Obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
He didn't open a hotel, he opened a law school.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, my heart was on fire. More important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Most certainly not true of a Sasato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that? I thought she was gonna say it was true, though, because she threw me like 5 times.
Please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. You have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark now just bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Somewhat more solid than she applies. Books, bricks, the fire poker I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every volley. Ah! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. And that's not even a teacup.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with that teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, you did. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? I had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes.
I didn't even actually notice it had a little bandage around it.
When I picked the thing up, it was broken in two. Like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe is broken. Why are you smoking it?
Never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Such is the truth. Anyways, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account.
It could be important.
Please believe Mr. Gyarados' remarks just now are of great significance.
Objection. This is a war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worth of adding to a formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least prefer us to examine the pipe, sir?
Huh? Well, I don't see why not, I guess.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to integrate yourself with the young lady.
A dry sponge is pretty hard, but not hard enough to break whatever a pipe is made out of.
Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm always getting turned down by something. Have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Thank you for that, rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb.
Alright, time to examine it.
Looks to be in a sorry state with the bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like trying to shout out a warning. Probably gets the same blue as Mr. Garretib's dressing gown. Suppose it must be considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garretib, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. Anything in it? Oh? Something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a teeny fragment of metal. Looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. How did he not notice that if he was smoking it? And we already know that this thing has a broken tip. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it's missing? Could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. Remember this? That's the teeny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garretib's pipe. Yeah, just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit! Somehow I just knew it. Well. What can you tell the court about the knife used in the attack of the victim?
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle, you know, that sort of thing.
Passion we both share. I like to carve a lot of wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leatherwork.
Leatherwork? Sorry to say we're always losing knives about the pace. We have dozens of things.
Sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19, needless to say. I snap them up. John prefers to use 1 or 2 knives at mealtimes too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, Joanne, we don't want people to think I'm some sort of... Ah!
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? That's because they don't want to believe it. Can't bear the thought that they might have been the one to their knives that injured the victim. Entirely understandable, but... Go on with your testimony.
Sir!
Hold it!
Oh, whoops. I meant to present, but...
Even though there's no other credible possibility of Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection, you forget, my Nipponese friend. That is yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack.
As if I could forget. If only there was someone I know who had handled the knife. Suppose wizardly like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? This sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern of their skin, or so they say. I can't see anything.
There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence, such as that country, years from now. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter with the Ministry of Justice.
Yes, I believe we're rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion that this knife in the victim's back was originally Mr. and Mrs. Garretib's. Yeah, if only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future, where my grandkids could solve it.
Alright, I don't care about this part. Hold all this before, to be honest. I'm pretty confident we'll be able to prove anything new in this testimony. Yeah, I heard this before too. A teeny shred of evidence. The tip of the truth. You do seem like someone that would use exclusively sporks, Mimikyu. Spork for a dork.
Objection!
Mr. Gyarados, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
Eh? You can ask, but I can't see the bally thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. You when I try to enjoy a large print book by 5 these days? I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter in the other word. He must be very dusty. Does he? Fuzzy? Busy? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Uh-huh. Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be at first just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
A pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. I wonder how I've been smoking it.
What precisely does fragment of metal test signify, Counsel? Suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of stabbing on the road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of the case, my lord. Appear to be rather confident of that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence would pair with this fragment of metal allegedly reveal the truth of the entire case? Do I really need to spell this one out?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found on the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that here is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in the victim's bones. What of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim. Objection. That's stupid. No, that's not the case. But tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gyarados' pipe. Ugh! My heart. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! I expected gracious again, but nope. We got the golly gosh. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. It is the truth. This is a miracle. A phoenix miracle. So Van Zeek's figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yeah, my lord. Crucial point we have to ask ourselves here. When did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I had this thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did. Yes. Never would have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gyarados flung this knife at her husband, which is now perfectly fine. However, knife missed Mr. Gyarados instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yeah, and that's when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gyarados' pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
Yeah, well, it's a game. Yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window.
Ah.
I'm surprised he knows a word like ricocheted. Not that I think he's dumb. I mean, he is a little bit, but like that's a pretty difficult word to wrap your head around if like, even if you knew English. And he's only been studying English for like a month.
In short, this knife which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
And yes, she does need a... Oh, his backside is burned too. Didn't even notice. And she does need a box. I have another glass here, of which the glass will shatter into 1,000,000 pieces and most likely ricochet into his pipe. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
What?
But it is, after all, just a theory. A courtroom theory. Because you see... it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
Insurmountable what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself!
What is this inconsistency you claim to have seen? Inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Is this really the route you're going on? Like, we already know this!
Yeah, and her... Ah!
Ow! Why did you do that?
That's right, you silly little man!
Oh, he healed real quick. I'm sure that something like that will probably happen at some point. Yeah, he's...
Now, Joe, an old thing. What are you gonna get all excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the matter once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that had struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Objection, that doesn't prove that it didn't. And also, even if it didn't, how would Natsume have gotten the same perfect knife from Garadeb as he was being attacked by it?
I assume I'm just gonna have to present the book and that'll be the end of it.
Quite right, you see, exactly right. If the knife had fallen from the floor above, would have struck her on the top of the head like I did to this man just now. Well... that's not exactly how physics work. I'm lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked this theory in the first place.
For a second I questioned why that chair was empty.
Here the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
Not really, but the theory is one inconsistency it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
That's not how theories work. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. I mean, you are. By just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, you simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato. Mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. Key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Yep, welcome to an Ace Attorney game, Gum. Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Volumes of books. A tactic acceptance of your theory is fatally flawed.
Not really.
Objection!
Objection. Doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It just means that people are stupid. Means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. The Kazuma truth. It's a test. Yes. The knife fell on the victim above. There's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back, even though she was round and it very easily could have. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying?
Counsel? Piece of evidence in the court record that could explain this inconsistency. Explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
Surely this will be the last time, right?
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. Like successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last.
Maybe the book.
Take that!
And he grabs it for the support from his best friend.
This, the fourth book found at the scene. The final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book?
Is that not Mr. Garadab's book?
Yeah, and to understand significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting in the crime scene the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Pete made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, it's 'cause that's how I found it. When I ran over to the side of the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked up the book in her own violation. Volition? Something like that. Clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything.
Well, she didn't much of not dying. Question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Jingo! By Jingo Jango! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me. I don't see. Oh, wait, I see. No, the book fell from the top floor of the Garadab household in the pavement below. At precisely the moment the victim was walking past.
Yeah, exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw?
Yes, Mrs. Garadab, and what you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a flaming book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked up the book.
That's the first time we've seen her face, I think. No, it's the second time. We saw a front view of her face.
Yeah, that's exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens.
When the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless for a knife. Then in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book that was probably on fire, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never.
Appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
There never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, there's nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadab?
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadab, and also the person who got stabbed. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but
It was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. Let my anger out get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry.
Dead. I got it! Ah, my knee!
Oh, there he goes. Wasn't for the bullet in his knee, he probably could have picked her up.
Lord Van Seeks, what news of Mrs. Garadav?
She's been taken to the infirmary. Appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. Just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her Deus Ex Machina appointment is right now. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she'll regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful. Woman's out of danger, it seems. Yeah, that's good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. What about me? You get nothing. Maybe you'll get paid this time.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Counsel V said the same thing, didn't he? Thought she had been killed, too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki. His imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should have never dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship, the trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Oh, I guess I've taken over as, juror number 4. Didn't really note that part when they sent my wife to the infirmary. One could indeed say that some mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to a false conclusion. Thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
I did nothing but make problems.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion, unlike the other 2 times.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure, especially since it's not a woman anymore. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, but I know what her decision would be. I mean, I'll finally be able to get out of here and go start work. Well, it's about time. I'll say, I'll have a cork of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Whoa, deeper than I imagined.
Not guilty.
Also deeper than I imagined. We did it! And now Van Zeeks will start his summonation examination. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Hey, I'm here too, throwing confetti. And fireworks. Forget about the fireworks part? I didn't. Anyways, gumshoe away! Time traveling gumshoe. Finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, yes, Lord Sir. You're now a free man once more. Hereby hope you'll continue further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh. Oh yes, sir. I hope you mean that in like a light way. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. And next time we're gonna see that the entire house was caught on fire because of that cat, which never came up. Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
In Mr. Natsume's room, there was a cat. Just sitting... No, a completely different cat. Just sitting on a pillow in front of his desk where he was studying. And then when we looked at it, it ran and it just gently walked into a stack of books and we never saw it again. Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, your name's become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with us using my actual name?
Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Wouldn't it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman who was in no way your fault after all? I'm just glad everyone can see that now. Whoops, court record.
No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer.
Yeah?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows I see them looking down at me, laughing, look at that little hunchback of Notre Dame. Sure, it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume, but today you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom a boot. You stood firm behind that burial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" That does explain why they keep saying he has cat-like eyes. Even though he doesn't.
That's very flattering. We're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful antidote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
Antidote? What's that become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I am see here I am not a moment too soon. A disaster's been averted, I'm glad to say. Trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! My haste was in vain? Ah, it's you, Hairlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of you are bleak lodgings or that prison cell, with you behind bars. Simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Hairlock Sholmes.
You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal.
Is he, though? I mean... Wouldn't the other two have testified that, yeah, that he ran to this building right here beside us? Well, no, I guess Beat wouldn't have, because that would have been a contradiction.
I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
Oh, my apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who had abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Ah,
Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
oh,
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind then. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Haha, priceless, so I am sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Suseki. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty, on account of you being alive. But there's no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed. By the spirits, and... now by the Reaper!
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Why me?
With a perfectly executed Sasato takedown. Are you alright?
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? Mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan?
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, the city as it's shaped. I've come to realize it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or perhaps, less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world and escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more a strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen the work of my own.
Oh, I see. The work of literate by Soseki. Could be an interesting read, hint hint, nudge nudge. And what about Miss Sasato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we? Week has not yet passed since we arrived. In fact, 3 days haven't even passed. We're technically still in the middle of day 3. I did? Not only does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you accommodated the hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. Calculate we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you can take my lodgings.
Oh, the window of this room.
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it is more than makes up for with floor and ceiling and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Evil spirit?
Oh yes, tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
Hang on, I need to be right back. Alright, I'm back. Had to get up for a second. And yes, I assume that his cat, that he possibly doesn't know he had, was suffocating him. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodging with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it's up to the attic. It's up in the attic, I might add. Yes, Twitch just glitched. Don't worry about it. That or there was an internet hiccup and I didn't even notice. But it says I've been live this whole time on my end, so I don't know. You sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of Prince, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited taking lodging in the great detective's office's attic. Maybe leave that last part off. I'm too overcome for words.
So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Then it's settled. I was to prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
Oh, I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful.
Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume.
Shall not take long.
Somebody's happy. It's not me.
It's me, shut up. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. Shame we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan, but Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
You read my mind. Why does everyone have the power to do that but me?
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, Mr. Sholmes.
A little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, with Soseki's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to see what was become of our new home, 2021 B Baker Street. Oh no, it's awful! Oh good, we have a whole string of garlic to keep out the Draculas. And hello, Kimmy. Hope you're having a good day. It's up to everyone else to decide if the stream is going well, and if it is going well, then my day's been okay. So this... is to be our new office, yes. Our office. I like the sound of that. We should call it... the Phoenix Wright... Nah, that's stupid.
Simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh, casual Sholmes.
He looks weird without his hat. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. Delightful room, Mr. Sholmes, I simply adore it.
Ha, good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. I made a lot for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you.
Yeah, put in the Squidward thing.
Alright then, Susie, you can be in charge of the salad.
Is that an insult?
Splendid.
Wait for him to actually show up.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel? Well... There we go.
And that's Iris. Iris Wilson, who is also Dr. Wilson, otherwise known as Herlock Sholmes' partner. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
Very exciting, actually.
Can't help but wondering what adventures await us. It was precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at this premises. I'm gonna grab the air where my hat would be, till I discover the dark truth of the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London's a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. I knew he was gonna say that exact line.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I do believe you're aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. You'll die next year. Wait, what was that last part? Anyways, let's go eat dinner.
Of course, that's the time. I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came, to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. The end.
Landed in London. We've been here for 2 days. The adventure of the unspeakable story. Well, I guess we'll never get to that part because it's unspeakable, so I can't tell you about it. But that'll also... Oh, it also might be the last one. I don't know, unless I have to unlock the rest of them. Yep. But that'll also be the end of the stream for right now, as it has taken us nearly 5 hours to get to the end of that nonsense. I wonder if we'll ever actually meet Mrs. Green. But I hope you all enjoyed the stream and our great adventures in the courtroom. You're supposed to hate him. Well, you can hate people even if they're attractive, you know. It's not... Being attractive doesn't negate your hate. True, although we have a whole nother game to go through, because there's 2 games in this, I believe. But we'll see how that goes. Either way, that will be it for me for now, as I should probably find something to eat besides a sandwich. So, thanks so much for watching, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed. I will possibly be trying to do something later. Tomorrow, I mean, but we'll see how that goes. But, bye for now, and thank you so much for watching, and hopefully for enjoying. Bye!